Yeah, I don't know if Paul has figured out, but he types in a message, and as soon as you go live, it appears.
Mm-hmm. No, I see it long before I've gone live.
Oh, okay. I don't see it until you go live. By the way, bad beat in our system play. Did you see what?
Oh, I
Did you
didn't see
see?
how it ended.
Did you see what the line ended up as?
8.5.
8.5. Oh, and Butler was up 7 at the half. So we were up 15.5 at the half. Tough beat.
Yep.
Especially since the St. John's Georgetown game opened 23-3.
Right.
23-3. Like, what the hell? Come on, boys. Make a game of it. I had to laugh. Georgetown scored 2 buckets in a row. Patino called timeout at 23-7. 9 minutes into the game, they're up 16. He called the timeout. I laughed.
Well, I laughed. Sparty's up 20, and he calls the timeout at the end of the first half that you're going to lose.
Right.
37 seconds left. I'm like, what are you doing? I had to go find that game last night, David, because it wasn't on any of the normal places.
Was it on Peacock?
It was on Peacock.
It was on Peacock. Empire, that is a bad loss.
They're not done. They're just not good.
Tell you what, NHL does not want to see both the Lightning and the Rangers miss the playoffs. They're already ratings challenged.
I didn't know the Lightning were a ratings draw.
No, I mean, got a little something
Trust
going
me,
in.
they take Detroit over Tampa.
Totally. Snowing in Boston, huh, Spitz?
Poll question. Do we want to go with the assistant coach thing? Do you have something else in your head? We got time.
Is today a day?
Today is a day. Wednesday. Let's see here. Curmudgeon's Day.
Oh, my goodness. Puzzle Day. Corn Chip Day. Carnation Day.
Mm-hmm.
What do you dip your corn chip in? Cheese, salsa, guacamole?
Isn't a corn chip just a Frito?
Well, I think,
I mean, wouldn't it be National Tortilla Chip Day if it was?
I mean, the picture that they have, queso, salsa, Uh-oh, Paula's snapping out of it. Although no big block letters yet from Paula. She's not that happy. Good morning, everybody. Apparently on Friday in Jacksonville, it's going to hit 80. Now, that's a standalone, apparently, because every day around it's going to be around 70, but...
Oh, yeah, we're back in the 80s by Thursday down here.
Yeah, tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we won't see it. We're back to normal. All right. I could take a month of this. This is awesome. 70s and 50s. All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day, the final one of January. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Hope your week is going well, at least pretty well. It can get better, you know. It can get better. I know it could go the other way, but come on. Glass half full this morning.
That's what we are on this show. We are a glass half full show.
Actually,
Your
we're not.
positive sports morning show. Miller and Moulton. Another T-shirt idea in the books.
Is today like National Curmudgeon Day?
Today is National Curmudgeon Day. I didn't know we had a day.
Now, does curmudgeon imply snark, or is snark actually above curmudgeon? Like, not all curmudgeons have to be snarky.
Well, by definition, a curmudgeon is a bad-tempered person, especially an old one.
Does that make me a curmudgeon?
Well, I don't.
At times.
At times. I don't think my temper's as bad as it used to be.
Oh, my goodness, no. Oh, my goodness, no. You have mellowed tremendously in the 20-plus years we've known each other. So have I. But, I mean, you have mellowed even more than me.
Because you still have that edge where it can be a phone conversation, a bad experience at the drive-thru, someone with 14 items in the 10 or less, and it can set you off.
There you go. Park in a handicap spot or put 14 items in a 10-item lane. And just look out. Look out. Yes, you got that right. Or some negative comments in the Twitch chat room, and we haven't even signed on the air yet on a Monday morning.
That at times will do it too.
Right. That set me off Monday.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I had to scold him after the show.
He did, ladies and gentlemen. He did.
I waited 4+ hours.
Yep.
I didn't want to do it in front of people who are listening to the show because it's not what David and I don't do that. We don't embarrass one another in front of others, at least on purpose.
So we waited until we signed off at 9:59, whatever. And then Mark just, he didn't lay into me because he had mellowed. All right, 4 hours worth of mellowing, but he was just like, listen, you can't do that. No, they really honked me off. I don't care. All right, you're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And you're like, oh, I know you'll do it again. I just don't want you to do it again anytime soon.
By the way, David, we had curmudgeon, which is a bad-tempered person, especially an old one. But a termagant.
Excuse me?
Termagant. I believe that's how you pronounce it, is a female curmudgeon.
Huh.
Yeah.
I did not know that a curmudgeon was strictly for guy thing.
I didn't either.
Huh. So,
but a termagant means mean-spirited or angry woman. I know a few of those.
So you mean to tell me later today I should try out? I should just look at someone of the opposite sex and go, you termagant.
Exactly.
I'm going to start doing that until the first one who knows what it means.
Better find a bunch of women who do crossword puzzles.
You ate down. You. Termagant.
Yes.
Huh. Oh,
teaching this morning in the opening segment. Vocab with Miller and Moulton. Wednesdays.
Definitely breaking that out on my wife later today. You termagant. Have her just look at me. I've known you over 30 years. You've never called me that. And what the hell is that? Wouldn't you like to know?
Look it up.
Yeah. Google it, Chuck. Google it. Miller and Moulton on this hump day.
Bad night last night.
Oh, my goodness. It started off horribly. Our system went 0-2. That's not the worst thing. Your system's a system. You live and die. You just, you play the system. You trust the system. Fine. Okay. But the first game, we were getting like 3.5. We're 7 minutes into the game. We're down 23-3.
That one was over early. The 6:30 FS1 game did not at all have any competitiveness to it.
But the 8:30 one is why you don't gamble. Oh, my goodness. We got the home team. We think we're getting the home team at 6.5. We end up with the home team at 8.5. Oh, that's fantastic. Mark, do you know who was winning the whole first half?
The home team.
Yeah, they were. They led by 7 at the half. We're getting 8.5.
We're up 15.5 at the break.
Yeah, the visiting team outscored the home team by 16 in the second half.
Yep, lost by a half. That is what you call a bad beat.
Had to do that late foul with 30 seconds to go, down 7, didn't you? Right, like you're going to come back and win this game. And then the kid had to hit both free throws. Couldn't hit one. Had to hit them both.
But we are transparent with the system, and when it takes a bath, well, unfortunately, we take one too.
Yeah. So, took 2 L's last night on the system. Although we did tell you, take Kentucky in the 10 against Tennessee. How in the world could Tennessee have been that big a favorite at home against Kentucky? Now, we didn't say take the money line, and Kentucky ended up winning. UCF nearly went to Allen Fieldhouse and beat Kansas.
I know, lost by 4 in a really competitive game last night. That's impressive.
So Kansas had an interesting year. Boy, the way they lost to Houston over the weekend. We up 6 with 17 seconds to go at home. Lose in overtime? Yikes. In one of the games of the year already in college basketball. It's been a good start to college basketball season. That could be a poll question. How many of you have watched a second of college basketball yet?
You're missing out. Been a good year.
Yep.
And because the SEC is so strong, most of the good games, quite frankly, are on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
There's damn near a good game every night on the 4-letter network.
Readily available. No doubt. I'm just wondering, is your Spartans just quietly sneaking up? Do they have another game until the weekend? Are they going to enter February with just 2 losses? Wow.
I don't think they shoot well enough to be a team that can win a title.
Okay.
They don't make 3-pointers. They do a great job of getting guys open for 3-pointers. They are not a very good 3-point shooting team. They're a deep team. They're going to play good defense.
Right.
They've got a lot of bigs, can give a lot of fouls, but I worry about them offensively. There's that stat of what you have to average offensively to be a true championship team, and I don't know if they are there.
Isn't it 75 a game offensively? Isn't that the number offensively? You got average, right? It's 75 or more.
Thought that was the number.
I mean, it's outside of Virginia that one year. But, all right. Tell you what, though. You've been oddly quiet for maybe the team you care about more than any other to be number 7 in the country with just 2 losses. And you have been oddly quiet about your Spartans so far this year. It's like you're lurking. It's like you're numb. They've caught you by surprise. You've been used to in recent years, they've entered February with like 7 and 8 losses.
And watching them earlier this year, I thought it was more of the same, but they found their groove. They're playing really well right now. Haven't lost since December.
I was going to say, they're crushing people.
Right.
Aren't they undefeated in the Big Ten?
They are.
Yeah, look at and yet you not a peep from you. Not a peep.
Nobody cares. Not down here.
I understand, but you do. You care passionately about
I do.
Your alma mater. You love Michigan State basketball. You know how I want one more cup before I die? You want Izzo to get that second title.
Desperately. Desperately. I don't think that he will.
I know you don't. Why not? They got the guy who owns the Phoenix Suns, used to play for him. It's not like you guys can't compete in the NIL age.
That makes a difference. I just don't know if his style in today's game can win a title.
Well, maybe he'll loosen up just a little bit.
Going to have to.
A little bit. One of our favorite movies. A little bit.
Going to have to. But, when you look at, the Auburns of the world and Iowa State, there are some damn good teams out there.
Yeah, there are. So Duke, by the way. It's so stupid. Don't know if anyone else in the conference is really worthy of being ranked, but the best team in the conference is really good.
And the Gators, another team that quietly keeps moving up the standings.
If they can just get to the tournament healthy, they go about 7.5, no more than 8 deep. You don't need more than that once you get to the tournament, but you got to get to the tournament with your rotation intact. And they can score. And they're very athletic. They're fun.
They're fun. That's why the SEC's been so. Kentucky's fun.
Yes, they are.
Tennessee's fun. Auburn's fun. Alabama's fun.
Florida's
These are teams
fun.
that you put on and you watch and you go, I'm entertained whether I have a dog in the fight or not.
But come on, you got Izzo, who's a curmudgeon, okay, and then Pitino, who's just really, okay, Pitino can be a curmudgeon, he just does it with a smile on his face. I mean, so, you and I, we got our old guys we can root for in this tournament. You got your guy, and I'd follow Rick Pitino anywhere.
He's your IROC coach. If all things are equal, Pitino's the guy you've always said you'd take to coach
totally
equal teams.
Yep. If he starts coaching the Slovakia national team, I got to start rooting for Slovakia. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see the TGL numbers?
No. Why?
They're just 864. Peaked at 1.1 in the last quarter hour when they were running over the NC State Dukes window.
Did see the AFC Championship game numbers. Did you see the NFC Championship game numbers? Right, kind of relief, right, because of Josh Allen. That funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. got a couple guests in our 8 a.m. Eastern hour, including our regular weekly chat with one Seth Everett. Okay, we play the ratings game on this show. It intrigues us over time. I think we've worn you down. You guys are like, okay, I'm curious. What do you got? So first things first, the Tiger Golf League there. I know it's not what it's called, but TGL.
Might as well be. It was up from week 3, but below Tiger's debut, which did 1 million. It averaged 864,000 viewers. That's
55,000 less than their very first episode, because that did 919. So they've done 919, a little over 1 million, like 680, and now 868. Now, we'll say it again. A college basketball game normally doesn't do that on ESPN. I mean, it doesn't. Monday, Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, and this was what, 6:30 and 8:30?
Yes.
But usually a Monday, 7 o'clock game on ESPN, a normal Monday game, not Duke, Carolina, although they play those usually on Saturdays. But a normal Monday night game does 600,000-700,000. Maybe a good one does 800,000-900,000. Now you throw Duke in the mix, okay, that's a different story. You throw a couple other programs in the mix, okay, it could do around a 900,000, 1 million, 1-1 type deal. But an average game, you throw it in there, it'd do around 700,000. So the golf league is doing better than an average Monday, Tuesday night early college basketball game. I'm curious what the demo is, though. I mean, who do you think's watching this?
David, I have no idea, and I'm not being smart. I know some older people that have watched it. I know some younger people. It's all over the map.
Right. That's why I am. I'm curious about the demo. I'm curious who's watching this. Because now we're 4 episodes in. I mean, if you judge it by, this is a weekly series. This might as well be like a weekly drama. You've decided you're going to watch this. It's a new show. And you and your wife, if you will, your girlfriend, your buddies, you've decided, you know what? We'll give this show year 1. I'm going to watch this year out.
And by all accounts, from people that I talked to that watched the 4th episode, they liked it. Tom Kim apparently was great.
Okay.
He was engaging. He was what they wanted. Rory apparently may have talked to his golf bag. Rory was not engaging.
Okay.
There were some problems with Tiger's earpiece, so he missed a couple of questions, which isn't good. But all in all, the entertainment, by all accounts, came from Tom Kim. And he's a fun guy to watch on tour. So I'm glad that he brought his personality over to this.
Good. That's great. Hey, man,
that's the first time through 4 episodes I've heard that a player's had a personality out there.
Okay. All right. I know Tiger got a shot clock violation. Apparently he's the first one. It's an automatic loss of hole, by the way, if you don't get, you got what, 40, 45 seconds, something like that? I think
it's 45, but it's one or the other.
By the way, I'm all in favor. Let's bring this to the PGA and LPGA Tour.
Oh, right now.
All in. Like the red hat guy who goes out there with the sign and they let you know how much time's left in the commercial break. Let's have red hat guy for golf, guy or gal. They come out, they're with the group, okay, and they got the sign, and the minute they put that sign in the ground, the clock starts. They're kind of looking around going, are you on the clock? You're on the clock? They're on the clock? Go.
Almost 6 hours on Sunday to finish a match. The week before, they went over their window by 40 minutes on television. They have a problem right now. And they don't penalize players for slow play. Ever.
It's brutal.
And the networks at some point are going to have to speak up because they want these in a tighter window.
Well, yeah.
But all, football is the gold standard, obviously. But one of the things about football that makes it the gold standard is the NFL fits their games in a nice, neat, tight window.
Yeah. Yes, they do. And by the way, if they have to change the rules to give you less football to fit it in the window, they do. Why is that, Mark?
It's a television show, David.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. It's maybe a $22 billion industry, but it's a TV show. Speaking of the TV show, lowest rated NFC championship game in 6 years because of the blowout. People bailed. Meanwhile, either second or third highest rated championship game of the last 15 years. Initial returns said it was like 100,000 less than the Giants-Niners game of 13 years earlier. And that one went overtime. But secondary returns put it 100,000 more than that. And Mark, according to Nielsen, with what they're going with, you have to go back to Favre and the Vikings losing in overtime to Breeze and the Saints to find a conference championship game that had more viewership than Bills Chiefs. Big numbers. We're talking just under 58 million. I guessed 50. I didn't realize I'd be that low because that's a big number.
Well, you got two teams that everybody's familiar with, two quarterbacks everybody's familiar with, and oh yeah, it was a game in the fourth quarter.
Was it ever? And the three-peat on the line, and now you got enough people that are actually rooting for the Chiefs to lose, and then you got the Taylor Swift factor, and yeah. Mm-hmm. But very interesting, early game did not do well. Divisional round, wild card round. You had a game here, a game there that did really well, but the round as a whole, viewership was down. One conference championship game, low. One, really high. Now, don't feel badly for Fox. Their demand for 30-second commercial time is through the roof. I think it's $8 million a spot. And apparently they're like fighting them off. They're like people bidding to get into the game at this point. But they think for the first time in a while, like they think more people watch every Super Bowl than the year before, which is not always the case, but that's the prediction they make every year. Oh, yeah, we'll have more viewers than last year.
Not this year.
No, that's what they think.
Not this year. Between the Chiefs fatigue and the fact that most everybody doesn't like the Philadelphia Eagle fan base. If you're a sports fan, you don't like Philadelphia. There's nothing about Philadelphia fans. They're the best, worst fans out there. I mean, they have a tremendous fan base. You cannot deny how loyal the Philadelphia fan base is. They're jerks. Every week we see another video of a Philly fan or a group typically of Philly fans, because one-on-one, they typically don't do it. When they get into group mode, they turn nasty. Saw it again from the NFC Championship game. You see it at Flyers games. You see it all the time. So they're not a fan base that's endearing for others to root for. And then you have the Chiefs fatigue. I don't think the Super Bowl does a monster number.
So it only does 100 million instead of 110?
Yeah. Sounds about right.
The starting five is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
It's National Corn Chip Day. What's your favorite dip for your corn chip? Queso, salsa, guacamole? No?
Sure.
Canada Relief, how much of our audience do you think uses hummus? That's an honest question. I don't know.
I love hummus.
Think it's worthy of making the list?
No.
Okay. Jay Gunn, I think it was the game. You know, the Eagles jumped out early.
See, this is where even in the definition, David, apparently corn chips or Fritos are often confused with the tortilla chip.
Okay. All right. Well, then you're right. We can't do it.
I mean, we can. We can do
No.
anything we want.
No, we can't. No, it's not. Because I guess we dip the tortilla chip. We don't dip the corn chip. No, you're being accurate here. That's all. Do you consider yourself a curmudgeon? Yes, no, not yet, but on my way.
What the hell?
No, Fritos are corn chips, Canada Relief.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on this hump day, final one of January. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Greg Hardwig, talk a little Gators hoops. Seth Everett, talk about goodness knows what. Still to come on the show. We're working on our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. We're working through it this morning. See, today is National Corn Chip Day. And I said, well, let's ask folks what they dip their corn chip in. Only to have Mark correct me and go, we don't really dip our corn chip. Fritos are corn chips. You're thinking of a tortilla chip. We dip those. We don't necessarily dip our corn chips. Oh. So we try to be accurate. So I guess we're not going to do that as our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. I do, however, I am pushing to have curmudgeon in our poll question, because apparently today is National Curmudgeon Day. Now, is the female equivalent also included in the day?
No. But I had never seen that word until today.
And what was that word again? Starts with a T, ends with jant? Tarragant or something like that? You
female can, right.
Tarragant. Just them's fighting words. You don't even know what you're fighting over. 20 minutes before the hour. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Maybe it's the job nobody wants. Mike McCarthy, who already interviewed for the job, took himself out of the running. He said, you know what? I'd rather take the year off from coaching. Wow. Cliff Kingsbury. They've been wanting to interview him to have the Saints. He's like, nah, I'm good. Wow. Okay. Kellen Moore, however, may be emerging as the top candidate. He did a virtual interview before the NFC Championship game. Saints flew up and interviewed him in Philadelphia last night. So Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore joins Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver and Giants offensive coordinator Mike Kafka as those that have received 2 interviews for the Saints job. The Saints wanted to hire Aaron Glenn. Only it snowed in New Orleans last week, and they couldn't fly him in. So he stayed in Jersey an extra night, and the Jets closed the deal. Cowboys have hired Matt Eberflus to be Brian Schottenheimer's defensive coordinator. Have you seen how many players have opted out of the Pro Bowl?
All of them.
J.J. Watt has renamed it the participation games. Baker Mayfield, Drake May, Russell Wilson, among those quarterbacks that are now Pro Bowlers.
Drake May, Pro Bowl quarterback.
For that matter, Russell Wilson. Does he get to add it to that Hall of Fame resume when he tries to get in? It counts. This is a sham. I mean, it's not a game anymore, right? It's a skills
competition and then a flag football game.
Although flag football's in the Olympics coming up. So anyway, NHL last night. What a bad loss for the Lightning. Like, should we get concerned? They're 1-4 in their last 5. They're out of the playoffs if the playoffs started today.
Did you see the goal by Connor Bedard?
It's pretty good.
Connor Bedard took a wide circle from the blue line and skated all the way down to the goal line extended and fired a shot maybe 2-3 feet before the goal line extended near the boards and somehow got it over Vasilevsky's shoulder on the short side for a goal.
Arguably the best goalie in the world. Yep. As we like to say on this show, it's always good to have a Vasilevsky. But Bedard beat him last night, and the Hawks beat the Lightning 4-1. Carolina may be the best team in the East. They made a huge trade Friday night, and it's already paying dividends. They beat the Rangers 4-0 at the Garden last night. Washington has the best record in the East. They keep on winning. 3-1 over Calgary. Wyatt Johnston with a hat trick. The third goal was in overtime. Stars beat the Golden Knights 4-3. I'd sign up right now for that for a Western Conference final. I know most people wouldn't because Connor McDavid and Edmonton wouldn't be involved, but I'd sign up for a Dallas-Vegas Western final right now.
Yeah, I want Edmonton in it. I'm with the people.
I know. But that series would be, how about a second round series?
Okay.
Be exceptional. Dallas and Vegas. Buffalo beat Boston 7-2, and the Islanders beat Colorado 5-2. A couple teams who are far removed from the playoffs earning points last night. So remember Anthony Davis had that huge night last night?
Right.
2 nights ago in the win over Charlotte? Yeah, he got hurt in the first quarter in Philadelphia last night. Didn't play the rest of the way. No Embiid, no Paul George. They're both injured. Tyrese Maxey with 43. Sixers beat the Lakers 118-104. Lakers played Bronny. They called up Bronny last night. And they apparently he's been playing really well at the G League. And so they called him up and they gave him 15 minutes of action last night. He stunk. And JJ Redick said, yeah, it was probably a mistake by me. Shouldn't have thrown him to the Wolves like that. Or to the Sixers. Boom. Houston is the second best record in the West. Rockets went to Atlanta, beat the Hawks 196. Golden State's back to 500. Remember when they started the season 12-3? Golden State beat Utah 114-103. Will Utah ever be good again?
The hockey club?
That, you know what? If we were doing sports in Salt Lake, that'd be the poll question. Which one of these teams will be good first? The hockey club or the Jazz? See the end of time. And Giannis scored 39, but Portland still beat Milwaukee in Portland last night, 125-112. College hoops, our system went 0-2. St. John's jumped out to a 23-3 lead against Georgetown. So getting Georgetown to 3.5 didn't do you a lot of good. St. John's beat Georgetown 66-41. Rick Pitino's Johnnies are 15th in the country. But we had Butler at 8.5 at home. And Butler had a 7-point lead at the half. And Marquette outscored them by 16 in the second half to win by 9. So Butler at 8.5 didn't do us a whole lot of good.
No, it did not, David.
Marquette 78-69 at Hinkle. A good one in Knoxville. Kentucky beat Tennessee 78-73, a battle of top 12 teams. Kansas held off UCF 91-87. 7th-ranked Michigan State won their 400th in a row, so it seems. They beat Minnesota by 22. This makes me feel good because this may have been the first college basketball team that I rooted for outside of my home state. I've got a soft spot for Louisville, going all the way back to Darrell Griffith, Denny Crum, Billy Thompson, Kevin Walls, Milt Wagner. Louisville back, baby. They beat Wake by 13 last night. South Florida, 5-point win at home over Rice. I know nobody's paying attention, but the WNBA's lost their mind in the last 5 days. If you're a big name player in the WNBA, you're getting traded. They've gone nuts, Mark. Honestly, this is like a fantasy football draft. Brittany Griner signed a 1-year free agent deal with our buddy Carl Semesco in Atlanta. The irony of that is when he was a college coach, he had the smallest teams in the country. Now he's got the biggest player in the league playing for him. But Alyssa Thompson, who's a star in Connecticut, she said, trade me. So they did to Phoenix. Kelsey Plum in a huge
Kelsey
trade.
Plum got traded?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
For Jewel Lloyd.
Plum for Lloyd.
Switching places in Vegas and L.A.
That's big.
If you pay attention to the league, all hell is broken loose. Most of you are going, is Caitlin Clark involved? No. Well, I'm not interested. And the Dodgers signed another player because they haven't signed enough. Listen, this is when you know it's bad. When the owner of the Yankees is saying out loud, I don't think we can compete with the Dodgers and their spending. That's when you know the Dodgers are spending a lot of money. They just spent $13 million on a 37-year-old reliever yesterday, Kirby Yates. I got to admit, he was really good last year, so I don't blame him. Mark, their payroll's $390.
Right. The Yankees is 303 and they're bitching.
With taxes, the Dodgers' payroll is going to be over $500 million. The 390 becomes like 520 or something with all the taxes and what have you. Right. Yes. Now, I will say the Mets haven't complained yet, but the Yankees have. And the New York papers are now calling the Dodgers the evil empire, which is so rich, it's ridiculous. I now want the Dodgers to spend as much money as humanly possible. And at 10 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting five. 5 big stories and the WNBA trades going haywire.
I can't believe they traded Plum.
For Lloyd. Hello. Although I should have used her first name, Jewel. I can't believe they traded Plum for Jewel.
None of us can, David.
I know.
Not since Herschel being dealt to the Vikings have we seen a trade quite like this.
Tell you what, though, in basketball circles, the NBA's going, damn. Now that's how you should do the trade deadline right there.
Jimmy Butler's, texting Riley going, do you see? Well, this can be done. Get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
By the way, Vasilevsky did not play last night. Johansson, the backup, did. That's our mistake.
Our bad. See, the Lightning
errors and omissions. There it is.
The Lightning thought they could play their backup last night and beat the Blackhawks, and they should have been able to. I knew I'd get you with the WNBA. I knew it. See, that I threw that in to see if you were paying attention.
Oh.
And I don't know that you were at the beginning of that. But, once I started talking WNBA trades and free agency, I knew it.
Brings me right back in.
I know it would.
And they're not even at the trade deadline yet.
They're not even in a season yet.
Oh, yeah, they're not even in a season yet. When do the Fever play?
On Ion TV. Catch it. But I knew I'd also get you with the Yankees saying they can't spend like the Dodgers.
It's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things that they're doing.
Right.
That's from the Yankees owner.
Right.
Referencing the Dodgers.
Right. We can't spend like them.
For us owners. Shut up. There are owners, and then there's the Yankees owner, for crying out loud.
So the Dodgers payroll is $390. If you take the zero off, is that the Marlins payroll? It's not much more than that. It really isn't. Wait till they get done trading a couple of the starting pitchers middle of the season. Oh, boy.
Sport is, it's always been the haves and the have-nots.
Always.
But it's even more so now with the demise of the regional cable stations and the spending for those that still have a regional cable station.
And the funny thing is the Dodgers are on a cable channel that like a third of Los Angeles still doesn't get. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Sonny. We just corrected ourselves. I don't know how you didn't hear that. But yeah. Yeah, we got that wrong. We corrected ourselves. Thank you.
I don't know what's going on here, but I can't do the podcast stuff.
Oh, great.
There's something wrong with Adobe. It was acting up yesterday, and now I can't do any of the editing I need to do.
Okay. By the way, really classy move by the Carolina Hurricanes. Sam Rosen's been the Rangers broadcaster for 40 years. This is his last year. And this was the Hurricanes, I think, last trip to Madison Square Garden in the regular season. And so they brought Sam on their pregame show, and they gave him a bunch of gifts. Hockey's the best. It really is. Hockey's awesome. They play hard. They care. If you're in the club, you're revered. They hand trophies to the players, not the owners, unlike basketball and football.
I don't get this. Come on. God dang it.
Dadgummit. It's okay, EB. It's okay. Oh.
I don't know what to do.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hump Day edition. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. For those of you that will be with us next hour, Greg Hardwick, Seth Everett will join us in that hour. Can I just follow up on a topic that we brought up last segment during the starting five? And no, it will not be WNBA trades and free agency.
Okay, I thought we'd break down the Plum Jewel trade a little more, but
I understand. By the way, that's Plum to LA and Jewel to Vegas for those of you wanting to know. So, and I'm asking this seriously, or does it really not matter? Is it a problem that the Dodgers payroll will be over $390 million and the Marlins payroll will be 67?
Is it a problem?
Yeah. Is it a problem?
For competitive balance, I think it's a problem.
Okay.
But the sport's always operated that way, and they don't care. They like their system. But it is now so much of the haves and the have-nots that, as you pointed out, the Marlins are already looking to figure out who they'll sell off midway through the season, if not sooner.
Do you know the Marlins right now have no one on their roster who they're paying in 2028? They have $5 million committed currently on their roster to players that will be on the team in 2027. And they only have $26 million on their current roster pledged to guys for next season. So beyond this year, the Marlins are on the hook for $31 total million in payroll.
The question that I asked, David, and it's by all accounts, I've not been there. I admit I've still not been to their ballpark.
Nice park.
That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
Why would you go? No. Why would you spend your money to go see that product?
Now that they've seemingly gotten rid of most every interesting player that they've had over the last couple of years, I'd be hard pressed. Now, I love my pitching. If Alcantara or Alcantara, I pronounce it Alcantara, okay, if he comes back healthy, he's worth the price of admission. But no, Mark, I'd go when they play the Mets. I'd go when they played Ohtani. I'd go to maybe see if Mike Trout could ever come back healthy. No, I would just go because of who they're playing. Now, they've actually got a couple of young guys who people in the industry think are going to amount to something, but they're not worth my hard-earned money right now. No way.
And it's not just the Marlins. How about the Nats, the Rockies? I mean, there are a bunch of teams, the Royals.
By the way, the Rockies are an interesting situation to, no one outside of the area, but, their fans keep coming. They haven't been good in a while, and they keep putting 30+ thousand in Coors Field. And the organization's a mess. For the record, by the way, Colorado's payroll right now is 123. I guess throughout the season, it's projected to get into the 140s. Because, it is interesting. They're like half the bullpen for most of the league has to be filled in. For whatever reason, people are still waiting to, sign bullpen arms. I don't get it. It's February on Saturday. Pitchers and catchers report in 17 days. How about if you sign some pitchers? But Mark, right now, today, out of 30 major league teams, how many of the 30 have a payroll of less than 100? Today.
A third.
No, that's high. It's 20%. It's 6 of the 30 of less than 100. Meanwhile, 9 of the 30 have payrolls today above 200. So 6 under 100, 9 above 200. Those 9 are the Padres, Braves, Astros, Rangers, Blue Jays, Yankees, Phillies, Mets, Dodgers. There will be a 10th team joining them, and probably at least an 11th. Arizona is right around 200 million, and so are the Cubs. And they figure by opening day and early in the season, both teams will get over 200 million. They also think Angels, Giants, and Red Sox can get there also. So, Mark, if projections that I'm looking at are true, that's 14 teams that are going to end up spending over 200 million on payroll this year. And the Marlins and White Sox apparently are going to fight it out for who can spend the least.
Where are the Rays at by it? Just
today, the Rays have the third lowest payroll at 78 million. Marlins lowest, Athletics, Rays, White Sox, Pirates, your bottom 5. Cleveland's still under 100 million, but they spend like 15 million more than all those other teams. Guardians or something. Guardians have become the Rays in terms of how little they can spend and how much they can win. It's because they have pitching. That's why.
Helps when you have that.
Yep.
And the Rays have always had a really solid staff throughout all of their maneuvering and manipulation of that roster. They've still been able to maintain a pretty damn good pitching staff, both front end and the bullpen.
So right now the Orioles are 15th. So Orioles and Cardinals are 15th, 16th. So, do you consider that average? Okay. I mean, it's technically not the median because, but anyway, Orioles right now are spending about 160. Their projected payroll is going to be around 175. And the Cardinals are going to be projected around 160. And that's middle of the pack. So the Marlins would have to spend 100 million pretty much to get around the middle of the pack.
And they try as best they can to only spend that 100 million between now and the end of the decade.
Right. Right. I'll just say it again. Okay. For 2027, 2 years from now, the Dodgers have over $300 million committed in payroll. The Marlins have 5. By the way, they're not alone. Okay. I mean, the Athletics and the White Sox have like 15 million committed to payroll 2 years from now. But listen, I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I'm really not. There's going to be a work stoppage in that sport. I will bet a large amount of money. Large amount. They have 2 more years left on their working agreement. I mean, Mark, first off, how are the owners going to get on the same page?
Well, that's where I would challenge you, David, because the owners are so far apart on what they think. They've got to get their ducks in a row before they can even negotiate with the players as to what they want.
Well, right. I think the players are going to be going, are you guys ready to negotiate? And they're going to be screaming at each other.
Absolutely. When you have that disparity between top and bottom, how can they get on the same page to collectively bargain with the players?
How about top and middle? I mean, the Dodgers are spending 200 million more than middle of the pack. Hell, the Mets are spending 140 million more than middle of the pack.
That's as of today. Give them a week, they'll spend more.
Well, yeah, they haven't re-signed Alonso yet. I love the fact that the word is Toronto can't get anybody to take their money, and they have the 5th highest payroll in the sport. Obviously, somebody's taking their money.
I just want to get this quote back out there. This was said by Hal Steinbrenner.
Right, owner of the Yankees.
He owns the New York Yankees. When asked about the Dodgers spending, he said the following: "It's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things that they're doing."
I mean, he's not lying. He just was foolish to put himself in that same grouping. That's all. Most of us owners. Hal, you're not most of us owners. You own the Yankees. The Yankees.
And you're crying poverty. You really want me to watch your sport? Are you sure? If I'm a Yankee fan today and I read that, I wake up very angry at my ownership group. Seriously.
Hey, you mean when you're paying $14 for that Heineken? Wait a minute. Are you saying we can't compete with anybody?
By the way, I think that's an old reference on the $14 Heineken. I would bet that's up to $18.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, I go to a minor league hockey game and pay $11 for a beer. So I can't imagine that a Heineken at a Yankee game is much below 20.
No, you're right. That was 3-4 years ago. I'll try to go to a game this summer just to get, be updated on my concession prices.
Sure, the Mets prices aren't that far behind.
No, they are cheaper, though. Food's better, actually, at City. It is. City's actually become known for pretty good ballpark food with a wide variety. Hey, Mark, when the team was down, you got to work on your other stuff. I mean, I'd prefer if you'd build a bullpen, but if you want to work on the quality of your concessions, that'll work too.
Yeah, just give me a good hot dog. That's all I'm asking for. Give me a good dog. That's all you really need. After that, it's all gravy, David.
I'm totally with you. Totally with you. A little ketchup.
Really?
Really? Just see it if you're paying attention.
I am. Plum for Jewel. It's a big trade, folks. Trust me.
Can you believe that?
We mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle. Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, what are we doing for a poll question?
Are you a curmudgeon? Today's National Curmudgeon Day. Yes, no, not yet, but working on it. Now, I don't know how to spell curmudgeon. Of course, ambient. Yeah. Of course. We're going to try to, for everybody. Only my first day. Next week, I'm sure that'll be a question. Along with, who do you think is going to win?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us as we broadcast live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real. So I wanted to go a certain direction with our poll question today, but it wasn't accurate. And Mark's a stickler for accuracy with our poll question.
Well, when it comes to food items, I am.
Right. Sports.
Whatever.
You know.
But it's National Corn Chip Day, and Moulton wanted to do this whole, what do you dip your corn chip in? And I'm like, that's great, but that's a tortilla chip, not a corn chip. Corn chip's a Frito.
And so I said, well, you're right. You're right. We're not dipping our Fritos. We're dipping our corn, our, Tostitos. So, okay. All right. Fine. But today's also National Curmudgeon Day. And so I felt that, now would be a good time to ask, are you a curmudgeon? And to me, you got three obvious responses. Yes, no, not yet, but I'm working on it. And I think I'm the latter. I don't think I'm a curmudgeon. Not yet. But
Can
I am
I change the
working on
poll
it.
question?
Sure.
To, do you think David's a curmudgeon?
Now, see, this is where I wonder, will people be interested in accuracy or will they be interested in just trying to, I don't know, be funny?
David, you're turning into a curmudgeon.
I am.
I think you're a lot closer than you think you are. I think yesterday or Monday morning is the exact reason why you're a curmudgeon.
Listen, I know we suck, okay? I just don't need to be told we suck before the show starts.
But the fact of the matter was, that person really wasn't referring to us. You got bent.
That's not how they communicated it, okay? They put things in quotes. Well, it's our chat room. So who are you quoting? Us. So how could I assume they were not quoting us? It's the Miller and Moulton chat room, and they're throwing quotes in our face. So anyway, this is what it was like at about 10 minutes to 6 on Monday morning if you tuned in at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Apparently, the Twitch chat room was already fighting amongst themselves. I thought they dragged us into it. Quotes will do that. Not air quotes, quotes.
Speaking of air quotes.
Okay.
Did you see Stephen Jones using the air quotes when talking about their title drought?
Oh, is that Is that what made the air quotes? Title drought?
Title drought.
What, is he thinking that's not a real thing?
I don't know.
Steven, you do know every other team in the NFC has been to the conference championship game except, wait for the air quotes, the Cowboys. No, I missed that.
Yeah, he used air quotes when talking about a playoff drought. I don't know. Don't know why we need air quotes, Stephen.
They've won 4 playoff games this century. I mean, does any fan base think that's a good thing? How many fan bases you think would be happy with that? Now, it'd be nice if you could put them all in a row. That'd be good. You'd have a trophy. Then maybe you could get away with it. But Romo won 2 playoff games and Dax won 2 playoff games. That's it. That's all they have since Aikman. They got 4 playoff wins. Now, Dolphin fans are like, hell, I'd take 1. 2 would be fantastic. 4, damn, we may have to hold a parade.
You always have to evaluate where it didn't go right last year. And obviously, we're also evaluating where it didn't go right in terms of this drought people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl. The air quote was put in right in between in terms of this air quote drought that people say we're in. No. You're in a drought.
Right.
People are only echoing the truth as to where your franchise is.
Right. Obviously, you guys are not based in reality because you don't think you have one. You're a high-profile franchise. You're no longer an elite franchise. But you're making so much money. Can I try to, once again, I have to be the one to make the glass half full on this show. Because I'm not a curmudgeon.
Right.
Not yet. Not yet. I am working on it, though. Did you see what is going to be added to our lives in 3 weeks?
Added to our lives.
Added to our lives. Okay, most of us think that our lives are, some think they're not that good. Some people think they're okay. Some people think they're pretty good. And Mark, even if you think your life right now is great, I argue that in 3 weeks I can make it better.
Do tell.
Mark, Wendy's and the Girl Scouts have collaborated.
Okay.
And they have come up with a Thin Mints Frosty. Fans can choose to add the minty chocolate swirl to a chocolate or vanilla frosty base.
Interesting. Because the Thin Mint frozen is a delight.
It's exceptional. I would say it vaults right past delight. I say it's outstanding. Upper echelon. If it's not Dodgers payroll, it's Yankees, Mets, Phillies payroll. It's outstanding. Doesn't get
now
it.
You add it to ice cream.
Ha ha ha!
And I know this is hitting you right where you live, David, because back in Act 1, when we were allowed to make our ice cream for the great Royal Scoop ice cream here in Southwest Florida, I had all kinds of stuff in mind. You basically just made another version of mint chocolate chip.
I did. That was good enough for me. I knew it would lose. I didn't care. It's my ice cream.
But this is right up your alley, David.
Yes, it is.
When's the last time you had a Frosty?
Every time I go to Wendy's.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Double stack, 2 double stacks, and a chocolate Frosty. Every time I hit the drive-thru. So that's weekly.
I don't think I've been to a Wendy's drive-thru. We might have been doing afternoons in this studio.
Wow.
Because that was an average once-a-week run.
Yeah, it was a half mile away. Right.
That we'd send the producer or one of us during a taped segment.
Right. Yeah, people always marveled how it was we interviewed Pat Kerwin while Pat Kerwin was doing his national show. Don't know how come they couldn't figure it out. Especially since we were in the drive-thru at Wendy's while it was airing.
So a thin mint Frosty. That's a game changer, David.
Thank you. That can add to your quality of life right there. Tell you what, Mark, that could turn you from a curmudgeon to a believer.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, you're too young to be a curmudgeon. Period.
Wow. You guys are really going after each other. You're not a curmudgeon, but you're a punk. Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Greg Hardwick, Seth Everett to join us next hour. Our poll question, it's National Curmudgeon Day. And so we're asking, be honest, are you a curmudgeon? Mark wants to follow it up with a second question. Am I a curmudgeon? Right now, we're just asking you, are you a curmudgeon? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. That's my vote for myself. No, but I'm working on it. Others disagree. They think I've already met the criteria.
I think this subject I'm going to bring up can help people determine on their own whether or not they're a curmudgeon.
Okay.
The NBA.
Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of people that don't like the NBA. So,
I know.
So, I mean, just because you don't like the NBA, that doesn't mean you're a curmudgeon.
No. Work with me here, David.
Okay.
On Saturday night, the Lakers and Warriors played. It was an ABC game.
Right.
It was the highest rated non-Christmas game of the year.
Okay.
Steph and LeBron.
Right.
That's what we watch. Trying to figure this out. The NBA, their ratings are down.
Uh-huh.
But we watch when the two old guys play.
Right.
Golf, ratings have been down since Tiger basically quit playing.
Yeah, but like last year, they were down significantly. Like this whole LIV PGA Tour thing, last year it really showed in the ratings. The golf, 25% of the golf audience went away last year.
Baseball, we need, a Yankees-Dodgers World Series to get the numbers up.
Although I think the rule changes helped. I mean, the last 2-3 years, quicker games and what have you, ratings did go up. But you're right.
But you need the marquee teams for ratings. And I'm trying to figure this out. When everybody thinks we are going to have a lower rated Super Bowl than normal, we are featuring the game's biggest star.
Uh-huh.
And in football, that bothers us. In every other sport, we seem to rejoice in it. Why don't we in football?
Well, Mark, we're jealous. We're jealous. Most of our teams are not winning.
That's that way every year.
I understand, but now we think, Mark, he's 29. We don't know when we're going to win again. I mean, this is Jordan with the Bulls. Once they started winning, you didn't think you were going to beat them again.
But when we had the Patriots going with Brady,
right?
We didn't watch less. We may have hated the Patriots more, but we still all watched.
That's because they got beat more than you think. You know, the Giants beat when the Giants beat them when they were 18-0. I think it set the tone for the next 12 years. That the NFL fan was like, they're great, but they can be had. I mean, Mark, for the most part, you know who's beaten Mahomes in the last 5 years? Brady. And he's in the booth. And I know Joe Burrow and the Bengals got him in an AFC championship game. But basically in the last 5 years, when they've gotten to a big game, the only guy that beat him was Brady. Now, Mark, I'd argue if they lose this Super Bowl, okay, it will actually help the NFL. And that may be crazy, you know, a dynastic team losing, but there aren't enough fan bases that think they can win the final game of the year right now because of number 15. Mark.
That's an interesting take because I would agree with you if it was anybody but the Eagles. Outside of Philadelphia, nobody likes this team.
No.
I know what you're saying.
Just that the Chiefs can be beaten. That's all. You know, Lions fans need to know the Chiefs can be beaten. Niners fans need to see somebody beat the Chiefs. They've tried twice. Okay? Ravens, Bills, Bengals, anybody else that beat, okay, they can be had. Good to know. Good to know. Because we seemingly can't do it. It can be done.
Think there's a lot more curmudgeons out there than admit it, though, David.
Well, I mean, we do get jealous easily. We do, you know. I mean, Mark, look at the Patriots. How long did it take when the Patriots beat the Rams? Everybody was rooting for the Patriots. 14-point underdogs, great story. You know, Kraft's speech 4 months after September 11th. We're all Patriots now. I mean, they were difficult not to like. I can understand Raiders fans being a little bitter. I get it. But the rest of us were like, come on, they're likable. Curmudgeon head coach smiling. The young quarterback, his story, pick 199. They were likable. They don't win the next year. They don't even make the playoffs the next year. Then they win back-to-back, but they play 2 terrific Super Bowls. I mean, that's the thing about the Patriots also, man. They play good Super Bowls. Beat the Rams by 3, Carolina by 3, Philly by 3, lost to the Giants by 3. You know, I mean, you keep right on going. I mean, the Patriots played great Super Bowls.
I guess I don't have the Chiefs fatigue that everybody else has. I enjoy watching greatness. And I admitted it on Monday. Those calls, boy, oh boy.
You were bent.
They had me questioning a lot of things in that game.
I know. You were angry Monday. I mean, you all but thought the fix was in. You were so angry.
Still don't know how they take that up to the booth and mark that first down short. I don't.
Well, it is remarkable that, you know, we're not the only ones that said, hey, did you think you got the line to gain? And 80% of our audience said, yeah. I mean, it's every show in the country essentially did a question along those lines. And it is remarkable that 3/4 to 80% of the viewing audience thought that he got a first down. And the NFL was like, oh, no, he didn't get it. Well, then what did we see?
And will their controversy, if you will, continue to help them? Because largely the NFL's benefited from the talk they get off of calls like that. I mean, we're still talking about the Tuck rule all these years later.
Mm-hmm. It is funny or ironic that that's how that dynasty started. I still can't believe that, by the way. To me, that and the Des Bryant catch, I just still like, what are you guys looking at? What is wrong with you? But, also we've seen a lot of, the Kelce's are everywhere. Mahomes is in every fourth commercial.
Right. And I guess they didn't win as much. Peyton was in every third commercial.
I know. Listen, I'm amazed he hasn't overexposed himself. I am. It shows how likable he is. To be as everywhere as he is and to still have people like him. It's the number one factor. We talk about likability. If you're in the public eye, likability is number one. And when you got it,
curmudgeon show keeps plugging along.
Well, but we're not popular.
There you go.
How many endorsements do we have?
None. Looking for one right now. Trust me, 21,000. Sponsor. Could use you. We've lost a couple recently due to some budget constraints and other reasons. There are openings if you would like to join the Miller and Moulton train.
But I think also because it was the Bills. America does have a soft spot for, the Bills are kind of like Charlie Brown. Come on. They've never won one. They suffered the indignity of going to 4 in a row and not winning one. Mark, we don't mind fan bases suffering. But even after a while, we as a country are like, oh, come on, give them one. Come on, sports gods.
We kind of lost David there. Hopefully he bounces back, but I know what he's saying. Lost you there for a quick second.
That sport, as fans, we kind of look up at the sports gods and go, really? You can't give Buffalo one? What did they do to you? You couldn't even give me a spot? You couldn't give me a left foot spot? You had to give me a right foot spot? Come on.
No, you are right. The Bills are now the Cubs. They're the lovable losers.
Yeah.
Think about it, because the Cubs, Wrigleyville and the fan base and the passionate Cubs fans for years and years, the Bills have all of that.
Yeah, and, 20 plus years ago, you had the Cubs and the Red Sox at the same time. And to me, the Lions and Bills have become the NFL's version of the Cubs and the Red Sox. 1957 might as well be 1918. It might as well. If you're pre the Super Bowl era, then, most NFL fans, even if you're old enough to remember the NFL pre the Super Bowl, you're pre-merger, pre-Super Bowl, that might as well be a different country and truly a different time.
Still haven't reached out to the Bills fans that I know. I've still left them alone.
Yeah, I don't have the guts. No.
I don't think, in Bills fan, if you're listening still, 21,000, you can just type Mafia for all I care. Have you even jumped back into the sports world? yet.
I'm impressed if you're listening to Sports Talk Radio this soon.
Exactly.
After Sunday.
Exactly.
So I just think we get jealous. It was cute when the Chiefs, they did it the first time. They had never done it. Well, they had, but it was Super Bowl IV. Let's face it. Most of us didn't remember. It had been 50 years. Mahomes was like, well, Andy had never won one. Wilford Brimley had never won the Super Bowl before. Okay, give him his one. The Niners had won it a bunch of times. Give Wilford Brimley his ring.
But they're trying to call Mahomes, the Jordan of his sport right now. We didn't hate on Jordan the way we hate on Mahomes. And I know there wasn't social media then, and maybe we would have with social media, but it certainly didn't seem that way. People were lining up to buy Air Jordans from coast to coast, north, south, east, west. It didn't matter. Everybody loved Michael.
It's funny. I don't sense this anti-Mahomes sentiment. I actually think people still really like Mahomes. I just think people are tired of the Chiefs winning. But I don't sense it's a Mahomes thing. I could be wrong. Maybe it is. Maybe people are tired of his voice. Don't like his hair. I don't know.
I mean, the brothers disappeared. He was the easy thing not to like.
Right.
Even the wife, which she was a little, she could get a little over the top. Now with 3 kids?
Yeah.
She's not the same. She's not as hyper as she used to be, if you will.
I don't know. I just think we as fans were jealous. Remember, this is the parity sport. And now this team's doing what? 7 straight AFC championship games? Gone to 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls? 5 of the last 6. The Patriots are going, that's a really good run. And we didn't even do that. That's a really good run. I mean, the Yankees are looking at that going, now that's a run. That's how you do it right there. That's a run.
Miller and Moulton. We will switch gears, talk a little Gators with Kevin Brockway, and then Seth Everett will join us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Thanks so much for listening to Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I've never understood, by the way, why do you have a problem with who Travis Kelce is dating? Like, I don't. I mean, she didn't protest the flag, did she? I mean, is there something I missed here?
"11 years ago today, we had Magic on the show, David."
Wow. Do you know he sold Burger King their meat? Okay, that's hysterical to the two hosts, and I know that does nothing for anybody else, but you had to be there.
How long is it going to take him to send that same response back?
He'll go nuts. We could get 6 texts now.
I got to call.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? We're getting over the hump together. The final Wednesday of January. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. It's National Curmudgeon Day. Are you one? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. That's my answer. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. He is far from a curmudgeon, and he does a very good job covering the Florida Gators. He's Kevin Brockway. He covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun and for the Gannett papers throughout Florida. You can follow Kevin on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, it's David and Mark. How you been?
Good. They still have the Swamp Buggy races down there?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Come on now. It's world-class people watching. Are you serious? Do you know they've been doing the Swamp Buggy races longer than the Daytona 500?
Yes, I remember those back in the day when I was living in Naples.
Hey, you've covered championship Gator basketball teams. You've seen Elite Eight and Final Four Gator basketball teams. Is this one?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I think it's capable. I mean, I think they're playing their way towards a high seed, David. I really like the depth. Tom Crean had a great line. He said they're kind of a Noah's Ark team, two of everything. And when you look at the depth, and if Micah Hanlogden does come back, he came close to coming back on Saturday, and that door is not necessarily closed. I think that will make their, post rotation even stronger. And I wrote a story about the guard play today, which has been fantastic. And I think what's good about them is they're unselfish, but yet, one of them can step up kind of when you need them. And Clayton's had 7 20-point games. Richard is at 5. Martin is at 3. Elijah Martin is at 3. And then you throw Denzel Aberdeen in the mix, who scored, 16 off the bench in their win against Tennessee earlier in the season. I mean, you've got different guys that can step up at different times. Not necessarily a true point guard, but they've managed okay there. I mean, they're still not turning the ball over at an alarmingly high rate, but that would be the one maybe potential Achilles heel down the road with them, is that sometimes it can be a little shaky with the basketball.
But they can score, Kevin. The one thing about this Gators team, we were talking about a little earlier on the show, if you're going to win a national championship, you've got to be able to score the basketball. And Florida looks like a team offensively that can handle anyone in that regard. Yeah,
no question. And I think the pace that they play at, the way they push the ball, the way they apply, pressure on the rim, their guards are drivers and they're shooters. But where they've really made improvement is defensively as well. I mean, last year, this was, Ken Palm adjusted defense efficiency. They were covering around 80, 90 in the country. This year, they're 15. So I think they complement that. They rebound the ball exceptionally well. They're one of the best rebounding teams in the SEC, if not the country. So they get extra possessions that way. Very similar to the 06-07 teams in that regard. I really like teams that can hold teams to one shot and to get second chance points. That's a great way to steal points during the course of the game, and Florida does that fairly well.
Having seen them in person a couple times, I also think they like playing with each other, and they're very unselfish. And, you need that, quite frankly, if you're going to go deep into a tournament, I believe. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun and Gannett papers throughout Florida. Follow him on X at Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. Is there anything that we're missing with this Todd Golden story? Like, is it over? The one part we were confused about yesterday, why was it a Title IX investigation? Because it involved women making the accusations? I mean, wouldn't it just be an investigation? Why was it a Title IX investigation?
Well, I mean, I think there was some questions as to whether students were involved and if that was within the purview of students being involved. And I think that there was a lot of, I would say, maybe some confusion in that regard. And ultimately, with the case being dismissed, they found no evidence of a Title IX investigation involving students. That was worded there. So I think that's a little bit of the gray area, David. But I will say that, it was a 4-month investigation. It was very thorough. I think the accusations were taken seriously. But no evidence was found of the accusations, and obviously, I think we have due process in this country for a reason. And they applied to Title IX cases as well. So I think that's, basically how the case was handled. And, certainly, the accusers have a right to appeal to the Office of Civil Rights. But I tried to reach out to one of the attorneys, and have not gotten a call back. And I think that's the big question, whether they go that avenue or not. If they don't, then obviously, everyone can kind of move on with it.
Golden originally had threatened lawsuits when this started. Kevin, I'm curious because the allegations that the Alligator made, that there was video evidence of him sending pictures, and it seems that this evidence would have to be somewhere. Is there any word on whether Golden is going to continue with any litigation towards the Alligator for defamation or anything else?
Well, he said in his statement that that's something he will consider at the end of the year, but he wants his focus for now to be on the season. And I think that, he has, his statement is that he's engaged with a defamation attorney, which doesn't necessarily mean that he's acted on it in terms of, he hasn't necessarily retained one yet. But if he does retain Ken Turkle and decides to, file legal action, I guess that's, his recourse. But at this point, there's no indication that he's going to do so.
Kevin, let's get to the crux of the matter. If you had printed that story with your byline in the Gainesville Sun, and the university had come out, 10 weeks later and said, yeah, there's nothing to this, you'd be fired, wouldn't you? I mean, that's the part we don't get. I mean, there's a canyon in between the Alligator story and what the University of Florida released 2 days ago. I mean, maybe Miller and Moulton are just, I don't know, too emotional. But, I mean, if you wrote that about me and it was not true, Kevin, I'd hunt you down. I mean, what are we missing here?
Well, there is attribution in the story. So, and libel and slander, obviously you have to prove actual malice. There's a lot to it. But I will say that some of the reporting and some of the sourcing in the story was maybe a little questionable. But we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Okay, but I'm sorry, Mark.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Hey, is there anything else, though, or is this over? Like, that's what we were wondering. Is because the Title IX investigation was over, is there still something else, or is this done? It's over unless the Alligator or somebody else comes forward with another story.
Well, no, like I said, they can appeal. That's their next process, and whether they choose to do so. There's also an open Title IX case against Torian Green that needs to be, settled out and, solved and so forth. An ongoing investigation into him as well. But like I said, I think it will all sort itself out in the next few months in that regard.
Gators are off until Saturday. Tennessee just lost to Kentucky. When you look at the Gators on the road, what do they got to do to get this win Saturday?
Yeah, no, I think that obviously not to be complacent, because you beat a team by 30 points on your home floor. I think there's a natural tendency to say, this is, going to be a cakewalk. But I think this team has handled that pretty well throughout the course of the year. I think their eyes are on, certainly, a bigger goal here. I think they match up pretty well with them. I think they showed that at the O'Connell Center in terms of, being able to, obviously you got to shut down Ziegler. He's a very talented guard. Chaz Lanier is another guy. They're going to defend you and be physical with you, and especially at Thompson Bowling Arena. But, the last meeting, I thought Florida did a good job of being physical back with Tennessee. So I think that's what it's going to be, getting on the boards, being able to handle their defensive pressure. That's going to be some of the keys to the game.
Tennessee's 8th in the country and 10th in the SEC. I mean, that's how tough the SEC is right now. The Gators are tied for 3rd. When you look at the SEC, where do you see the Gators in the SEC hierarchy? Auburn, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee?
Right there. I mean, I think Auburn is the best team, but I think Auburn, Alabama, and Florida, I think those are going to be the 3 teams that are going to battle it out in March in terms of, rising to the top. And, Florida hasn't won an SEC championship in basketball regular season since 2014, so it would be a nice, feather in the cap of the program to get one. Because it's been 11 years, and under Billy Donovan, who is obviously an icon coach, I mean they won an SEC title pretty regularly, which is and it was a different era, and the SEC has improved greatly. In the last decade or two, it's gone from probably a 3-bid league a decade ago to now a 9 or 10-bid league, right? In the NCAA tournament, the league deserves a lot of credit for, making the conference as a whole a lot more competitive. So I think to win the SEC this year would be that much more of an accomplishment.
Kevin Brockway covering the Gators for the Gainesville Sun. Follow him on X. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, as always, appreciate your time. Safe travels, and we'll hook up again before the SEC tournament.
Sounds good.
Kevin Brockway, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
Florida's next 4, just to tell you how good the SEC is. Tennessee Saturday. That's the 8th-ranked Vols on the road. Then they host the 24th-ranked Vanderbilt Commodores. Then they travel to number 1-ranked Auburn, and they follow that up with a road game at number 14, Mississippi State.
They have 10 teams that are ranked. Tennessee's in 10th in the SEC. They're 8th in the country.
They've turned into the premier basketball conference in the country. I don't know if they can play football anymore, David, but they sure as hell can play hoop.
Don't say that again. You do know what that's the text we're going to get.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Gene Deckerhoff's coming back for his 37th season. Come on.
I did. Backsburg. I was alone. I think, was I afternoons or was I middays? But so I did an interview. Chris Ricks had sprained his ankle earlier in the year and had missed some time. And I forget the guy who came in and replaced him, and he played pretty well. And I specifically said, listen, it's never a good thing when a guy gets hurt. But the Knowles did just find out they got they have a second good quarterback in so-and-so. And Gene, took it the wrong way and thought I said it was good that Rick's got hurt. And it wasn't my Milo Hamilton interview. He was a curmudgeon. Wow. I mean, hell, I brought him on just to help him sell some books. I cut that interview short. We were like, I don't know, no more than 6 minutes into that one. I just said, Milo, all the best.
My favorite one that we did that never aired is the Ozzie Smith.
Oh, my goodness. Ozzie was in a car. We don't have time, do we?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Seth Everett will join us coming up in a bit. That's how we roll. On a hump day, we get you over the hump here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kevin Brockway just joined us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Our poll question today, it's National Curmudgeon Day. Are you one? Are you a curmudgeon? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. That's how I voted. Mark wanted there to be a separate poll question. Is David a curmudgeon? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, vote accordingly.
After careful thought, I would have voted no, that you're not a curmudgeon. You're close.
I'm working on it.
You are working on it. In fact, it seems that you aspire to be a curmudgeon.
You had made not last segment because we talked a little Gators basketball on and off the court, but the last segment of our second hour, we were just talking about Mahomes, the Chiefs, and where fans are, and you had just made the comment, I've yet to reach out to any of my Bills fans that I know. And I said, yeah, me neither. Well, during that break, I reached out to the number one Bills fan I know. And I simply said, how you holding up? Now, this is 60 hours after the game ended.
Right.
I mean, this is 3 nights sleep after the game ended. This is a happily married man. He's doing pretty well in his career and in his life. And this is what I've got. I've just accepted this is who this franchise will always be. It's sad, but I don't have any higher expectations. He's broken.
That is pain, David.
He's broken.
That is genuine pain.
Right now, he is broken. And we wonder, will we be able to put him back together again? I'm not even going to ask him about the Super Bowl. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait whether or not, start a free agency, heading into the draft. If all of a sudden, if I start getting texts from him.
I would wait until halftime of the Super Bowl and send him a text and say, what did you think of Kendrick Lamar?
Oh, my goodness.
Just to see if he's watching. But I think the Bills fan will watch the Super Bowl wrapped in a blanket in the fetal position on their couch.
I don't know. It may be too painful. They had convinced themselves this was the year that because our quarterback was playing as well as their quarterback. See, that's the thing. Josh was always terrific, but he wasn't 15. Mark, this year he was 15.
Well, David, you could argue he had a much better regular season than 15 did.
Well, that's it. So that's why they said, hey, I know he's the best, but this year our guy's just as good. Therefore, we're going to get it done.
And the Bills fan entered the season not where Miller and Moulton did about the Bills, but their expectations were not as high heading into this year as they had been in previous years.
Correct.
They got pulled in.
Totally. Yeah. Week 2.
For all the reasons you just talked about.
Yeah, week 2, going to Miami, whooping the Dolphins. And it was kind of like, yeah, you're damn right. This division still goes through us. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Holding off Baltimore. Listen, I can't tell you, all these Bills fans, they were convinced they were beating the Chiefs. They were scared of the Ravens. And I told them, that's a very dangerous position. I kept telling them, you're seeing this the wrong way. And they're like, oh, no. We got it. We got Arrowhead figured out. We're doing that. I'm just worried about the Ravens. I'm like, yeah, you should be a little more worried about Arrowhead, but okay.
It's why, and we talked about it when the Bills beat the Chiefs in the regular season. Could they figure out a way? Could the Chiefs lose? And could the Bills end up with the 1?
Right.
Because we knew, David, Arrowhead regular season, very different than Arrowhead in the postseason.
More importantly, Bills in Orchard Park in the postseason, very different than Bills on the road in the postseason. For all the winning that Buffalo has done here in the last 5 years, Mark, how many road playoff games have they won?
Zip, zilch, Nada. They are 0 for their last 8 on the road in the postseason.
Now, granted, the games haven't been easy.
But they're not supposed to be easy in the postseason.
I mean, I think their last 3 or 4 road games in the playoffs are all at Arrowhead.
So now what for the Bills?
Well, to quote, I've just accepted this is what this franchise will always be. I don't have any higher expectations anymore. He's very young for that to be that broken.
But what else has he known?
I understand, but that's really young to be. I mean, this gentleman who I'm texting with is in his 30s. I mean, you're in your mid-50s. I'm almost 60. It's one thing if we get that broken and we come to the conclusion that our team has reached its ceiling. We're never going to see the parade. It's one thing for us to come to that conclusion. I mean, we've had 40 plus years of wounds of, in theory, never seeing the parade. Maybe it's because every one of our teams has given us a parade that you and I have never gotten to that point.
I get it. Because he's at the height of fandom. He doesn't have kids yet.
Right.
I mean, you think about it. You're married. You got a little bit of money. You and your wife are doing well. You got a good job. You have a lot of time without children,
right,
to dedicate to your team.
Right. Can still find the Bills bar in your neighborhood every Sunday and watch the games. Right.
Right. And go and not say, honey, can I go out for the first half and I'll be home at halftime. I'm just going to go watch the first half with the guys. No. You can go watch the game with the guys.
Right. Yeah.
I'll be home at 4:30, maybe halftime of the 4:00 games. Depends on how we feel.
I'll see you later, if you know what I mean. I'll get home when I get home. What are we having for dinner? Yeah. I don't think I ever experienced that. So
I know you didn't.
That felt.
What are we having for dinner? Your wife said, "What the hell are you picking up on your way home?"
Right. She's gonna be like, "Well, why didn't you eat while you were out, you moron? Not cooking."
So for the Bills fans that are out there, we feel for you. We really do. We don't think there's many of you out there because we don't think you've been able to turn on sports talk radio yet.
No, I think you'll turn it on like mid-March. You'll realize that free agency is happening and you'll be curious as to who you're getting and who you're losing.
Can we get some speed at the receiver position?
Right.
Maybe some help on the back end.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is probably going to be sports talk radio is probably a Bills free zone for the month of February when you think about it. Seth Everett. He's next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. This is a strange, a little strange day. There are some people that are going to make fun of this. Today is Lunar New Year.
Okay, what does that mean?
My kids don't have school today.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Okay, say no more.
Well, so
no, say no more.
No. The story is normally I take them to school and I am fully ensconced. I've had espresso. I've had all my stuff. Today I slept till 8:18.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I have splashed cold water on my face, threw this soccer jersey on, and I am literally just getting up. And that's never. I'm usually up 2 hours ago.
Well, glad you got some rest.
Happy Lunar New Year to everyone.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Yep. My kids are fast asleep.
Oh, yeah, they're teenagers. Hell, over-under's what, 10:30?
10:30. Well, I have an appointment at 10 and here, and I told them I'd take them to breakfast after that. So we'll see if they're up by 10:30. We'll see.
Well, the good thing is you can go to a diner at 2 in the afternoon and still get breakfast.
Yeah, go to a Jersey diner. Yep. The Ritz Diner.
It's probably what I miss most, besides
Jersey
my
diners?
mom.
Yeah.
Besides my mom, obviously, but diners and then Chinese food.
Ah, the best. Yep. And today's a weird triple header. I have Arsenal at 3. I'm going to the Devils game, and then Syracuse plays Stanford at 11 p.m.
Wow, you're still watching?
Because that makes sense. I'll have it on. I'll fall asleep in 10 seconds.
Doesn't Arsenal play Man City on Saturday too?
Saturday, yeah.
I happened to see. I was watching my Spartans on Peacock last night, and that
There
was
you go. Love
Peacock game.
Yep.
I was amazed. So Michigan State, Minnesota started at 8 last night on Peacock. I turned it on at about 7:52. Thought there'd be just because, but they had a Big Ten logo and basically, music you'd hear at the spa.
Yeah, and it says your broadcast will start soon.
Right.
I love that. That's personally, I love that.
What was
I love when
interesting
games
is
go like that.
3-4 minutes, probably 3-4 minutes before the broadcast, they went live, but it was just like an end zone camera with Nat sound.
It's perfect. Those broadcasts I love. I love the
That's like the early days of satellite television.
Yes, exactly.
I love that. Yes, that's exactly how I want to watch a game. When MSG loses the Devils and they go to the NHL, maybe they'll do the broadcast like that. The other night, my friend came over. The Devils Montreal game was on the television. We were sitting having a beer, watching the game, and it goes into the second intermission. And we're talking, and all of a sudden he says, "Hey, you're on the Gotham app." He says, "Can you flip on the Knicks?" And I went, "The what?" And I put on a Knicks Kings game. I saw 5 minutes of a Knicks Kings game. That's probably the first NBA game I've seen in the 2020s. Oh no, that's not true. I watched the bubble. I watched the bubble playoffs. Remember in COVID?
2020. Yeah. That's 2020, you know.
Our old producer Felipe, that was his favorite basketball ever.
The bubble. Yeah, I like the bubble.
Loved the bubble.
Yep. The hockey bubble too. I love that too.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour on a hump day. That means Seth Everett. 2 terrific podcasts, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. You're nearing like 500 episodes of Sports with Friends, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
This week is 489.
Seth and his podcasts are kind of like UFC. Seth's appearance joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. By the way, we did not do this intentionally. It just happened to work out this way. Today is National Curmudgeon Day.
Oh.
And so we're asking everyone, are you a curmudgeon? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. I'm just curious, how would you define yourself?
I would say I'm a curmudgeon in training.
I think that's accurate.
I'm getting there.
In training?
The only problem is to become full curmudgeon, you may have to like baseball again.
Yeah.
And then just start yelling at people randomly.
Yeah, when I sounded like a curmudgeon, somebody was asking me. I met somebody yesterday who knew me from MLB days. Like he knew me from 20 years ago. He used to watch the show or listen to the show, whatever we did. And he says to me, "So, do you just watch baseball all the time?" I said, "That's funny that you say that." No, I don't. And then I was explaining how with cutting the cord and streaming services the way it is, I only literally watch the games that I like. And I sounded like such a curmudgeon when I said it. I was like, I only watch my things. There's no game tonight. So I'm not going around like a couch potato, flipping the channels, finding some random game. My games are Wednesday. And I said those things, and I was like, wow, I am becoming an old man.
Yeah, I think, Seth, you're not in training, actually. With that answer, you may be full curmudgeon because what happened? What happened from you being a sports fan, if you will, that could watch any game to basically saying, these are my nights, these are my teams, I only watch this?
I think what's happened, I think it has to do with the fact that I never turn the television on and just flip it on. I always go to my television with a plan. I know what I'm going to see when I turn on the TV at night. And I think even when it's Cheers, because I go to sleep, I watch Cheers, and that's on Paramount Plus, and I know how to access it, and I access the last episode I saw, and I just watched that. I never see the local news. I haven't seen the Today Show in years. I've heard the Hoda person left. There's all kinds of things that I don't know anymore from regular TV watching. I think it's mostly that. I don't think I disassociate myself with sports. I follow sports for my work.
So you told us something before we went on the air, and there are times where we discuss something off air.
Okay. Let me just interrupt you for 1 second. Give me 30 seconds to explain Hall of Justice at the end. It's a weird one, and I want to explain it. Continue.
Okay, sure. Seth Everett producing his own segment on Miller and Moulton. You told us
during the segment too.
Yeah, during this segment, which is good because Miller and Moulton produced the show during the segment. I mean, we don't produce it off air either. I mean, it's not like we talk these things out. So yeah, you might as well. I mean, you've done the show before. You know how it goes.
Could have just said okay.
Yeah, but
Could have. You're right.
But
But with
Seth,
curmudgeon.
but you got to remember, I'm also a curmudgeon in training.
That's right.
So, what was it you told us off air again? What is today?
What
Like
is
today's
today's
National
day?
Curmudgeon
This is
Day.
where you want to go?
Yeah, what is today?
Today is the Lunar New Year.
Okay.
What
is that?
That is a holiday in the Asian community. I'm imagining it's the beginning of the Chinese year. It's Chinese year, and there is a massive Chinese population in our school system that we live in. So my kids have no school today, and I think it's because they have no school today, just like they have no school for Rosh Hashanah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's a very similar analogy.
All right.
It's different, and I did not have to take my children to the school this morning. There was a very big difference in my day. That, and I'm talking somewhat softly because they're I don't want to wake them.
The hell are we giving people days off for the Chinese New Year?
I didn't say that part.
I am. We're not in China. Therefore, go to school.
No, we are not. No, we are not.
Can I ask a question? Because I grew up in Jersey at public schools, so I thought I was familiar with what the holidays were.
Yeah.
Is this new, or have your daughters?
It might be the second year. Yeah, it might be the second year of this. It might be the first year. I know this when my little one was in, I want to say fifth grade. Fifth grade.
And your little one now is 13 or 14.
She's 13. Right? So this was a few years ago.
Right.
She was one of 2 Jewish kids in her class.
Okay.
In Jersey, in a Jersey suburb, that is the
rare.
opposite of what you would think.
Yes,
if I was going to ask you in a class of 25, how many Jews would you find? You'd find at least 10 when I was growing up.
I do love
this segment. You went there.
I did. Come on now. You got 2 guys in different states. We we're of a certain age. We'd never heard of this being a thing.
This is a new one for me. Yeah, I did not plan this.
According to what I looked up, the Lunar New Year is a New York public school holiday, obviously added to New Jersey. It was added to all New York public school calendars in 2024. So this is the second year, as Seth said, of another day off for kids.
Yep. So now my kids get to watch the Arsenal game at 3. They'll be home.
Well, but in theory, they could have gone to school and come home and watch the Arsenal match at 3.
That's true. That's true. It's a great time. Great time for a sporting event on a midweek. Perfect. 3:00 starts. I love it.
Miller and Moulton on this hump day. I'm sorry for going there, but I just have
That's
to.
okay.
Well, and I wanted to go here, even though I know you don't have the passion for the sport you once did. But did you catch Hal Steinbrenner's comments about the spending of the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Hal Steinbrenner, in case you missed it, said it's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things they're doing.
Yeah. Well, they should start a GoFundMe. The long-suffering Yankee fan? Is that the biggest oxymoron you can have?
Well, it's not just that, okay? Because I understand 15 years without winning a World Series, all right? But to say from a payroll standpoint,
I know,
basically we can't compete with them. I mean, Seth, his fan base does not want to hear that.
No, they do not. Especially now with the Dodgers spending like it's like the world is coming to an end, and the Mets pretty much doing the same.
Well, but even the Mets are trying to draw the line in the sand, which has got Mets fans, of which I'm one of them, going, "Hey, what's the point? Right. Okay, if you're the richest owner in the sport, why don't we play with a budget?"
Correct.
Right.
Correct, because some owners don't even consider the luxury tax, and others do. I mean, others are respecting it, and that it's just more disparity in the sport.
Seth, if you're going to spend $300 million, you might as well spend $4 million. I mean, in all seriousness, I mean that's what I would say to Steve Cohen and Hal Steinbrenner. You're spending $300 million,
right?
At that point,
but then
why
when you're
stop?
what is the luxury tax, like $360? And so if you're spending 60 over it or 40 over it, you're now spending 80 on it. You're spending 80 extra because 80 million extra to send to other teams. There are some owners that think practically that makes no sense, and I can't disagree. The problem is that you have some owners that don't give a crap, and so they spend and spend and spend and spend.
And then you have other owners that don't give a crap and don't spend a damn thing.
I was so not what I thought you were going to ask me. I thought you were going to ask me about the fact that 22 million less people watched Eagles Washington versus the other.
Well, but
it wasn't a blowout for the first half.
But the second game drew the second highest rated conference championship game this century. I mean, it was only like 100,000 less than who watched the Viking Saints overtime NFC title game 15 years earlier.
Right, but what I was looking at was the Eagles Washington game was considerably less than the 3:00 game last year.
No doubt. But then again, the 3:00 game last year was the Chiefs.
Yep.
At the height of the whole Taylor Swift thing.
Yep.
I mean, that was, a phenomenon at this time last year. But yes,
again, no, the NFL is not hurting for cash, so we're okay.
Oh, there's no doubt. A $22 billion industry. Still, by the way, spotting the ball, okay, with a chain gang and a left foot, right foot spot, the same way they did in the 50s for the Giants and the Colts. Right.
One other observation from that. I talked to my students yesterday. I taught one of my classes yesterday, and most students like Tom Brady as an analyst.
Fascinating. Because I don't.
I don't either.
I just don't think he has a great voice. Doesn't add much to my viewership, and I've said that before.
Seth, his interview with Saquon Barkley after the game, that was awkward. And Barkley has nothing but reverence for him, but literally, I don't know. Somebody else can do that interview.
What do the students say that they like? No, seriously, because you're three guys in the 50s here. So, you're just turned 50. Mark's in the middle. I'm at the end. I'm just curious, what is it that the younger generation likes about Brady?
They think he's good. They thought he was good and that he added something to the broadcast. And I said to them, just a precursor, I said, I have no bias. If Tom Brady was good, I'd have no problem saying he was good. My only opinion on Tom Brady is he cheated, he deflated those footballs, and he should have been suspended. But other than that, oh, come on, I thought that would get a laugh.
Well, really? I mean, it's not like you're breaking news here.
Come on.
I mean,
You thought that would get a laugh?
What's more curmudgeon than Deflategate?
You're taking away those 30 seconds you need for Hall of Justice right now with the bad
joke. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, which will not be promoted as well as it otherwise would have been.
It would have been.
Right. What do you have?
Well, for Sports with Friends, a Hall of Famer, Merrill Reese, the Eagles play-by-play announcer, amazingly, Monday morning after they won the NFC title game, was answered his phone and was more than willing to come on Sports with Friends. I was absolutely shocked. I was scrambling after the game, so I wanted to find the best story. I thought the Eagles were the better story, and Merrill Reese. I mean, a guy won the Pete Rozelle Award this year. He's in the Hall of Fame, so that was pretty great. The Hall of Justice is an old-timey radio play. What they did in Los Angeles was a stage reading of an unpublished draft of a never-made Superman 5 with Christopher Reeve. There was a plan before Christopher Reeve's accident for him to put the costume back on. And Ilya Salkind, who was my guest last week, had commissioned someone to write a draft of what Superman 5 would be. Remember, Superman 4 was terrible. And this was supposed to be the rebirth. It's actually titled Superman Reborn. They did a stage reading of that script for charity to raise money for the Christopher and Dana Reed Foundation. I've been given the audio. And like an old-timey radio play, a bunch of actors are going to act out the unmade Superman 5 movie.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty awesome. It's hard to explain, but it is pretty awesome.
How long will that podcast be? I mean, your normal podcast is 45 minutes. I'm guessing this is going to be quite a bit longer. Are you putting it in 2 parts, or how's that going to be?
It's going to be a 3-parter. It's going to be a 3-parter. I've mapped out the audio and I found chunks, and there's good, like, it's kind of like an act 1, act 2, act 3 of a movie. I mean, it would need a rewrite if it was going to be an actual movie, but it's pretty fascinating. It's a really cool story about Superman, and if you can imagine while you're listening to it, Christopher Reeve playing that role, I think it gives chills. I mean, we all miss those days, and he was the embodiment of Superman, and it's really cool. I hope people enjoy it.
We do as well. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, start talking loudly. Wake your kids up. They need breakfast before 11 o'clock. Miller and
Go to
Moulton.
the diner.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839, or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No food this break. No. No Chex Mix so far today. No. I've got errands to run this afternoon, and, well, when I'm running errands, I'm eating. I mean, I'm out and about driving, so it's, so many drive-thrus. I like starting with a drive-thru, running some errands, and then hitting another drive-thru. Like if I leave right after the show, I can hit breakfast in a drive-thru, run 2 or 3 errands, and have a noon lunch drive-thru hit.
A lot of people asking the same question. Did you eat the wrong Chex Mix?
Yes. Yes. I ate the Chex Mix that I was not allowed to eat. Right. Which, of course, is an oxymoron because it's in our house.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. As we get over it together, the final one of January, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's National Curmudgeon Day. Therefore, that's the subject matter in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Make your plans now for their third race of the season in early March. But it's National Curmudgeon Day. Are you one? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. Or as Seth Everett just said, no, but I'm one in training.
Yeah, he's closer than he thinks.
Yeah, I think he actually is more of a curmudgeon at this moment in time than I am. Close, but I actually think he's a step ahead of me.
I think you're onto something. We were talking during the break, and I hate doing this to you. Not really. So, because I don't really hate doing it to you, because I'm going to do it to you. So that really isn't.
Oh,
saying.
Okay. All right.
But
Thanks.
you were talking about drive-thrus.
Uh-huh.
And how you go about your day and starting with the drive-thru.
Right.
I took my daughter through a drive-thru yesterday and got 2 items, and it was rather expensive, and it made me gasp.
Uh-huh.
And I wondered, what's your record for money spent at a drive-thru when you're buying just for yourself? It's one thing to go through the drive-thru, get the whole family dinner, and you're going to spend $20-$30. I get it.
For me?
Yeah.
At what we would consider a fast food place.
At a fast food drive-thru.
Right. Not a necessarily like a Jersey Mike's.
Right.
Right. $23.
That's impressive.
Well, I mean, you got to go with.
Is that 3 sandwiches?
Oh, Mark, it's a meal with a number.
Right.
Large as they'll make it. So that's fries and drink that are then supersized. And then, yes, then we are at nowadays, that can get you $10-11 right there. So now you have to add to it. Well, Mark, what if you want to go with 20 nuggets to add to your quarter pounder with cheese meal? Okay, there you go. They'll only give you so many sauces for free. So then you start buying extra sauces. You can spend an extra dollar right there because it's a quarter a sauce. So with tax, depending on the state that you're in, I've done $23 and change.
Okay.
I have. I mean, I got to admit, I don't know how the places are making it these days. They're offering these like 3 for $7 at Burger King. I mean, are you serious? You're going to give me 2 chicken sandwiches and a Whopper Jr. for $7? I mean, are you serious? I mean, can I order 2? And by 2, I mean 2 3 for $7s.
Look, I don't know how Burger King survives, period. I don't ever see anybody at one.
Oh, I'm there all the time.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They have the biggest sodas now. Everybody has downsized their soda. They still have the soda of the same size of what they've always had. And it looks monstrous now because everybody's made their sodas smaller. Yes. I go. You can get like a 44-ounce soda. Mark, I will travel to the ends of the earth to get that much soda. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Plus, their sandwiches are bigger. Now, they're sloppier, okay? And you don't like the taste, but some of us, Mark, we've been out together, and you have ordered, and I have turned to the waitress and asked them one question. What was it?
What's the biggest thing you have on the menu?
Thank you.
Where do I get the most food?
Of these entrees that you're offering, which one is the most food? And they look at me and I go, this is an important answer here. Because if it's not nailed down, I'm eating it. So we need the plate as full as possible. What are we talking here? And they usually go, well, then it's this one.
Get the meatloaf. That's what they tell them. They say,
Right.
get the meatloaf.
Right. Fish and chips. Meat. Fine. Good. Let's go. There we go. Let's start there. And just leave a menu on the table. We may still order something. And by we, I mean me. Just leave one. just in case. Thanks.
I went out with my mother last night. She decided she wanted to take me to dinner. My wife's out of town, so we dropped the daughter off at her gymnastics practice and went to this place that's pretty close by to get some oysters. And my mom got away with a cheap date last night because I'm not drinking right now. So I sat at the bar, had water while my mom's knocking down her wine. And my mom tried to be you for me because, you know, there's not a lot of food with oysters. They're just really a glorified appetizer, and many people hate them. I happen to love them. But she was done. She's like, what else do you want to order? I'm like, no, this is good. And she was trying to pawn off anything on me to order another item. And so we got out of that restaurant for what it cost you to get a number 3 and a 20-piece nugget.
Right. Would you like some sauce? Yes. Okay, what kind? Well, here's how I'd like it. And you could tell they're like, oh man, we got a live one. Really? Now you're going to tell me how many sauces you want of what flavor? Give me 3 barbecue, 3 honey mustard. I'm going to have to charge you for that. That's fine. I mean, if you think about it, look at how much food I just offered. Now, they think there's at least 3 people in the car. That's my favorite moment. When you pull up to the drive-thru and they go, oh, it's for one person. I've had people at the drive-thru say, are you bringing this home for your family? And I've gone, nope.
All mine.
In fact, I don't think any of this food will make it home. And I live 7 minutes from here.
I will say you and I were alike. You are still doing it. But when I did eat fast food, whatever you ordered was for your lunch, dinner, whatever. Then I needed to order something for the ride.
Totally.
I need something now. I need instant gratification from that drive-thru. And the soda that they're giving me isn't it. I need some substance.
I would say, listen, I need a this, and they go, okay. And then I need 2 double cheeseburgers. And they go, fine. I go, and I need you to put them in a separate bag. What? Yes. And I would just tell them, I need to hide the evidence. I need them to be in a separate bag. And at times, Mark, I would do like you. I would order 2 drinks, 1 for the ride, 1 for dinner at home. Yes.
Texter asked a simple question. David, how are you still alive?
That's a great question, sir. Here's the funny thing. Up until recently, I was the healthiest person in the family. But boom. I was. Mark can back me on that.
Yeah, up until about 55, all your numbers were great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it was about 5 years ago, doctor said, all right, enough of you doing it your way. You got to do it my way. You haven't listened all that well, but.
No, come on. Just listen. I'll tell you what the problem is. My father was a drunk who smoked 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day and lived to be 73 years old and would have lived longer if he didn't have an operation that it turns out he didn't need and he shouldn't have had. He probably would have lived another couple of years. And I figure if my dad could basically live to his mid-70s living the way he did, I mean, come on, you're going to sell me on proper diet and exercise? Please. You got to be kidding me. Sorry. I know you're right. I don't know what to tell you. You need a willing audience. Not willing. Not going to do it.
And David and I have always said this. Many people eat when they're hungry. We eat for sport.
We eat because it's a day that ends in Y.
Right. It's there.
Right.
You'd be proud of me because at home in the meat and cheese drawer, normally I take the cheese slicer out or a knife and cut myself a little hunk of cheese. Now I've just resorted, David, to ripping off the corner by hand and taking a chunk.
Yeah.
It's fine. You want my flavor? Deal with the chunk out.
Right. And by the way, people want to know, yesterday there was a Chex Mix controversy in the Moulton household, and I was eating Chex Mix, and I may have been eating the Chex Mix I wasn't allowed to eat because apparently my soon-to-be 3-year-old granddaughter only likes certain elements to the Chex Mix equation, and my wife separated the ones that she liked from the ones that she didn't like and put them in plastic bags. And yes, I grabbed the closest bag. And Mark, as it turns out, I was eating the Chex Mix that I was not supposed to eat.
Did you get scolded at all for eating the incorrect Chex Mix?
No, because I took the initiative. I just said, by the way, I ate this bag of Chex Mix. Was that for me or was that for the granddaughter? And the wife just looked at me and I go, well, then you shouldn't have it in the cupboard.
My daughter has suggested a lockbox for our pantry for items that I'm not allowed to have. And I think it's the only way to keep me away from them.
I put labels on them. Dad.
That wouldn't stop me.
Well, okay.
That wouldn't stop me one bit. Put a label on it. That's great. This is mine. You're right.
I got to admit, it would work initially for me. I wouldn't eat it first. But eventually, if that's all that's left.
That game goes to overtime, David. What are you doing?
Well, we're going out to the grocery store the next day because I got to finish that. Right. No doubt. If the Bills and Chiefs had gone to overtime, oh, yeah, so much more would have been taken down.
Chiefs and Eagles will have plenty of time to talk about that in the coming weeks. Bills fan, are you awake yet? We're just curious. Have you gotten out of the fetal position yet?
We're sorry.
We are.
We really are. You know, I think you deserve a parade. You know, I want you to have a parade. Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Let's see. How did they do it by? They do it by households, I believe. They assume a certain number of people per household, but they don't assume a certain number of TVs. Well, if they were both hooked up to boxes, then they would both get rated.
But that would never happen because you only have one.
But they would only give you one. No, there's, well, yeah. It's not normal. You know, it's okay to the side, but, you know, I can't put it straight up in the air like I can this one. You know, even doing that, I can feel it right here. I mean, I don't think the bone's ever going to heal properly.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you for the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Today's National Curmudgeon Day. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question: are you a curmudgeon? Yes, no, but I'm working on it.
And 70% of you are either a curmudgeon or working on it.
There you go. How many are working
around that other 30%? I want to be around the non-curmudgeons today. I mean, after 10.
I was going to say, sorry. Sorry. Tough to have snark and not be on your way to becoming a curmudgeon.
That's true. 44% of you say you're on your way to being a curmudgeon and seeming to be wearing that badge with pride.
I was going to say, which really then, and people in their lives are like, oh, no, you're farther down that road than you think.
Are you going to ask your wife after the show if she thinks you're a curmudgeon?
Totally. Absolutely. In fact, I may do it during the next break. I may just go down the hall and go, hey, our poll question, because here's the funny thing. She's becoming one.
Yes, she is.
And she is like your wife, up until recently, nice person, very nice person. Very nice. Too nice, in fact.
And she still wants to be a nice person.
Right. But it just, doesn't have it in her anymore. Right. So she is definitely becoming a curmudgeon. I mean, she's cursing and everything. I think it's
for her.
I've told her she's never been more attractive.
Good for her.
Than she is right now. Did you hear Rory's comments yesterday at Pebble? He did that TGL thing Monday night, took his private plane and flew to Pebble. And so he was asked, hey, TGL, blah, 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 and, state of golf, etc. And Rory said, well, I understand there's people that don't like what we're doing. But first off, it's only for 10 weeks. It'll be gone in early March. So, this isn't like a season-long thing. We're doing it in January and February for a reason. Winter throughout most of the country. And secondly, he said, I've been thinking about this. The PGA Tour needs to get smaller. And they were like, well, you're already reducing the number of people with cards. He goes, no, I don't mean that. He goes, we got too many tournaments. He goes, part of the appeal of the NFL and college football is, they ain't around all year. And people are like, well, you guys wrap up the playoffs by football season and what have you. He goes, yeah, but we got tournaments year round. We got a fall season that counts for next year. And Rory thinks that, because they've got 48 tournaments, something like that, officially on tour. I mean,
Don't think it's that many.
Outside of, basically the fall
there's
season.
Not nearly as many fall events as there once was. But
true.
Okay.
But, I guess he said we have between 47 and 50 tournaments. And I'm wondering how many of those are also the weeks up against majors where they also have separate events going on. So, maybe there is a time period with no golf that is a little longer than it sounds. But, Rory basically said, I think we have too much golf going on.
So putting more on TV for 10 weeks is what the audience is clamoring for, huh, Rory? Well, how about Rory? Here's an idea. Have a personality and don't bitch about everything, because all Rory's done now for the last year is complain.
Well, I will say, in fairness to him, he was not complaining here. He was asked, okay, and he just said, the other thing he said is that, listen, we're 2 hours, we're once a week for 10 weeks, we're 2 hours. That's it.
And it would be nice if he brought some personality to those events.
And I don't disagree with that. Okay. For what it's worth, by the way, he did say, he goes, our demos are 10 years younger than the normal PGA Tour event. So we asked earlier, who's watching? Rory told us who our demos were at the very least. So, as somebody pointed out to him, well, Tiger's played in 2 of these, and the one 150,000 less people watched than, the other time. And he goes, yeah, we're working out the kinks. There's no doubt. And this is not for everybody. I get it.
Because the numbers are still strong, despite the fact that they, when you hear the AFC and NFC championship numbers,
right,
and then you hear the TGL numbers and you go, well, no one's watching. But they're doing better than college basketball. They're doing better than the NHL.
Oh, my goodness, yes. Than the NHL, yes.
Well, but people wouldn't think that way.
Right. So, Sonny wants to know, Mark, in your estimation, is Rory a curmudgeon?
100%. 100%.
I think that's unfair, but it's funny. Now, come on, Rory, part of it. I got to take you to task here, because Rory answers the questions. We want, I mean, he's got a little Jerry Jones in him in this sense. He doesn't turn down a lot of interviews. That's why when he didn't talk after Bryson edged him out for the U.S. Open, I mean, that's a big deal. Rory doesn't say no. And he was like, yeah, I can't talk about this.
I will counter that with, on Full Swing the first year, he wouldn't talk. And then finally at the end felt pressured to talk. I think Rory brings a lot of this on himself.
Okay.
Rory thought he was the commissioner of the sport, found out that he wasn't and didn't like it.
Well, you got to admit, though, they sandbagged Rory. I mean, they sandbagged. He grabbed the mantle and ran with it, and they were going, way to go. Absolutely. Shove it up there. You know what? Way to go, Rory. And then they left him out to dry.
But then he turned on a dime and changed everything that he fought for. Well, maybe we should get back together. Well, which is it, Rory?
Well, I think.
How often do you change your mind?
I think when he turned around and he found, wait a minute, the truth is what? You guys have been telling me the truth is A. Now you're telling me it's B? What the heck? I'm the poster child for A. And you guys are doing this? Johnny Mac says in our Twitch chat room, if Rory can win another major, maybe I'd start listening. 10 plus years.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's come on. If any of us who talk sports for a living after the 2014 season said, hell, I don't even think Rory's going to win another major. I mean, they would have said, you're not allowed to do this for a living anymore. You're an idiot. You're a moron. I mean, so think about that. At the time, Phil was 44 years old. At the time, if somebody had said, I'll tell you right now, both Tiger and Phil win majors before Rory does.
Been laughed out of the room, David.
Oh, come on.
Would have been laughed out of the room. But I think that's part of it, is that while Rory's been on his air quotes drought, Stephen Jones, he's also been one of the biggest voices.
Yes.
And the two together make for bad optics.
Well, because like the Bills and the Ravens and the Bengals, I mean, he is doing a lot of winning. They're just not winning the AFC Championship game and going to the Super Bowl. He's won the European Tour of Merit, 5 years in a row here? I mean, he's actually been PGA Tour Player of the Year and European Player of the Year in the same year. But he ain't getting the Super Bowls and he ain't winning them. Or if he does get to the Super Bowl, he's losing on a last-second field goal.
Or getting blown out in the first half. One or the other.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have done some research during the break.
Yeah?
I went down the hall and asked my wife, am I a curmudgeon? And she went, yeah, I think so. She goes, you're definitely at least 50% there. And I go, well, if I'm at least 50% there, then she goes, yeah, if given a choice between yes, no, no, but I'm working on it. She goes, and I said, you? And she goes, no, but I'm working on it.
Rapidly. Tell her I said
rapidly. Yeah, she knows. Yeah. She's getting good at it. Excuse me. She's getting good at it.
Yes.
That's how rapidly she's working.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. My wife looked at herself yesterday and said, wow, I've really got wrinkles around my eyes. And I, of course, said nothing. What are you going to say? And she goes, should I do one of those cucumber things? And I go, no. I go, because you'll try to get up and walk with cucumbers on your eyes and you'll kill yourself. You'll fall and hurt yourself. Well, that's good logic, man, that your wife doesn't think you're a curmudgeon. That's good. Sonny, that's a great question, by the way. Will Rahm or Koepka win another major? I think Koepka will. Because I think Koepka is one of those guys when he shows up with his A game, because he usually doesn't crack down the stretch. It's funny, Rahm had a Rory-like year last year. I'll be curious how many people are going to watch LIV now that it's on Fox. You know what I've yet to see? Yet to see a promo for it. Be curious if they promo it during the Super Bowl.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Although, how much Big Ten basketball can they really promote?
I was going to say NASCAR and one more month of college hoop. That's all I got. What, the UFL? Apparently, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan have done a When Harry Met Sally Super Bowl ad.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton on this hump day, the final one of January. I'd like to thank Kevin Brockway and Seth Everett for joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline earlier on the show, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. I think we have another couple system plays tonight. They went 0-2 last night. Let's see if they can go our way later tonight, but right now, time for...
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We start in 1595 today. It is thought to have been the first time that Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet was performed. That was a hot ticket. 1845, Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven was first published. 1936, first players elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Cobb, Ruth, Honus Wagner, Christy Mathewson, and Walter Johnson.
Think about it. Gehrig doesn't make the cut. The very
Think about
first
it.
class.
None of them got unanimous votes.
Right. Well,
Dr. Strangelove premiered today in 1964. Might be probably on my top 5 list of black and white movies.
okay.
Dr. Strangelove is fantastic. 1974, the Dallas Cowboys have the first pick, and they select Ed Jones from Tennessee State.
Too tall.
1995, at Joe Robbie, Super Bowl 29. The Niners whoop up on the Chargers, 49-26. Steve Young, your MVP. And 2 years ago, the championship games gave us a Super Bowl that you might be familiar with. The Chiefs beat the Bengals, and the Eagles beat the 49ers. Thomas Paine, William McKinley, our 25th president, John D. Rockefeller Jr., W.C. Fields, and John Forsyth would have all celebrated birthdays today. Tom Selleck is 80. Oprah, 71. Greg Louganis and Steve Sachs are 65. Andre Reed is 61. And Dominic Hasek is 60. What did I miss, David?
Wow. Between Louganis and Hasek there.
Right.
Kind of stopping me in my tracks. I actually feel like I'm getting old. Man. Kansas entered the Union today in 1861.
Happy birthday, Kansas.
34th state in our nation, Kansas. Okay. And Kansas actually, Kansas, the big deal with the whole Civil War thing. Was it a free state? Was it not a free state? Okay. You know, which way?
Would the Jayhawks play Missouri in basketball?
Right.
How's Big 12 realignment going to look? Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, who's going to air their games? Fox or ESPN? I mean, Kansas was a problem. Yep.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Oklahoma for the good. It was 8 years ago that Paul Gilbrot was in the midst of a move from Massachusetts to Arizona. He made a pit stop in Oklahoma City. He took his 5-year-old Min Pin out for a walk. The dog ran away. He started running down a service road, and Paul couldn't catch the dog. 8 years later, he received a text message from an Oklahoma resident that said, "I found your dog." Rick Chambers found the dog wandering loose, took him to a vet where a microchip scan revealed the name and owner. The dog was about 30 miles from where he originally went missing. The dog's whereabouts for the past 8 years are unknown, but the dog has been reunited with his owner. For the bad, we go to Colorado, where Bridget Fawcett was pulled over when she fled. She finally abandoned her car and went walking through a neighborhood when she was finally given up to police. She gave a fake name, couldn't identify the name of the vehicle's owner. Turned out that deputies went to the address where she said her family lived. The resident at the home said the vehicle must have been stolen and no one had permission to drive it. After she was correctly identified, turned out that there was an active arrest warrant for the 24-year-old.
Uh-oh.
She ended up being arrested on 15 charges. For the ugly, we go to Connecticut, where state police pulled over a driver on I-395 doing 130 miles per hour. When asked why he was traveling at such a high rate of speed, he said he wanted to get home to his cat. He smelled of alcohol, had glossy eyes, and slurred speech, so it took him a while to see his cat because he was arrested for DWI. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Capecops.com, still hiring new officers, still offering that great $10,000 bonus for new officers. All information available at capecops.com.
5 games in the NHL tonight. Tonight is a Turner TNT doubleheader night. By the way, Panthers are home for the Kings. I argued this should have been the early game on Turner. Instead, at 7 o'clock, they're giving you Flyers at Devils, as opposed to Kings at Panthers. I mean, really? Panthers, defending Stanley Cup champion? Kings, you know, that bigger LA market? I don't know. The late game, Penguins in Utah to face the hockey club. You know, Utah has more points than the Penguins in the standings.
2 teams that won't make the playoffs, but Sidney Crosby is playing.
Yep. NBA got like 11 games tonight. 4-Letter Network has got the doubleheader. Best team in basketball is going to be in Miami. Cavs at Heat at 7:30. The doubleheader beginning at 7:30 on ESPN. Jokic at Madison Square against the Knicks.
That's a pretty good game right there.
That is a pretty good game, especially since everybody will play for both teams.
I mean, you got a 240 over under, a 2.5 point spread. They're telling you that should be a pretty good game.
And the late game, 10 o'clock on ESPN. Second best team in basketball, Oklahoma City, is at Steph and Golden State.
Steph and Golden State right now are not in the playoffs.
At 500.
Correct.
And in the East, that would make them what, like the 6 or 7 seed?
Would make them the 8 seed. Right now, the Pistons have the same record as Golden State, and they are technically the 8 seed. I guess the Both the Magic and Pistons are 500, 7 and 8 seeds.
And the Heat are a game above 500. So
that's right. Until tonight when the Heat lose.
Right. Then they go back to 500. Okay, here we go. We got 7 games involving ranked teams in college basketball. We have 2 system plays. This is another one of those you got to trust the system.
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly, because number 1 ranked Auburn on the road. LSU, second worst team in the SEC. Maybe them in South Carolina, probably.
Yeah.
LSU's getting 12.5 at home.
And I think you need 17.
And 6th ranked Houston heading to Morgantown to take on West Virginia. Mountaineers getting 8.5 at home. So we are getting points tonight. We are getting 8.5 and 12.5 with our system plays tonight. It looks like a system play, but it's not. 17th ranked Wisconsin's at unranked Maryland. Yeah, Maryland's favored by 5.5. So that's not a system play.
Game of the night, however, is in Starkville. 4th ranked Alabama is on the road at Mississippi State. Mississippi State, the 14th ranked team in the nation, they are a 1.5 point favorite over the Crimson Tide.
And Texas right now is not an NCAA tournament team. They're at Ole Miss tonight. Ole Miss is ranked. Ole Miss is a tourney team, right? Right now, they're a tourney team. Texas needs this win. They need quad 1 wins if they're going to get in.
A battle between our 2 area codes tonight in the A-Sun. FGCU on the road taking on JU.
First place on the line. Jacksonville's in first by a game. FGCU's in a 3-way tie for second. Listen, I don't know how much people care, and based on the attendance at FGCU, the answer is not much. But this is a very big game for this reason. FGCU owns Jacksonville. And I mean owns Jacksonville. Mark, they've played 26 times in the last 12 years. Do you know how many times FGCU's lost?
Based on the way you gave it, it's got to be something I could count on one hand, I would think.
5.
There you go.
FGCU's 21-5 in their last 26 against Jacksonville. Mark, in their last 14 meetings against Jacksonville, how many times have they lost?
You tell me.
Once.
And I can get FGCU and 2.5 tonight?
It's an interesting matchup. Neither team is deep. I'd argue Jacksonville's a little deeper. I'd argue that FGCU's starters are a little better. Both teams struggle handling the ball. They both can be pressed. Jacksonville likes to press. FGCU, not as much.
And if you were wondering just how bad ACC basketball is, the Miami Hurricanes are a grease fire in basketball.
Awful.
Yet, they are favored tonight at home in conference play against Virginia.
Are you serious? I thought
1.5.
Have they won since Larinaga retired?
They're 4-16.
No, they haven't won then. They had 4 wins when he retired.
Well, Virginia's 2-7 in ACC play. Miami's 0-9.
Wow. So,
FSU hosting Virginia Tech, they're an 11.5 point favorite.
So, yes, if you're into trends, now Jacksonville's won 7 in a row, something they haven't done in 15 plus years. And they're playing really well. But so's FGCU. I know they lost their last game, but FGCU's playing well here. I think they're 6-2 in conference play. think they won 5 of 6. But they own Jacksonville. And then they've owned them for a long time. Very quick story. Jacksonville won the first 7 meetings against FGCU in their history. And before the 9th meeting, FGCU was in Jacksonville at the morning shoot-around. And you're not supposed to show up and invade the other team's shoot-around at all. Okay? At all. You can't be seen. You can't be heard. Jacksonville, with 10 minutes left in FGCU's shoot-around, was standing there waiting to come on the floor. Teams start kind of mouthing off to one another. Jacksonville had their cones set up. Andy Enfield kicked the cones. Okay. And Andy Enfield called a team meeting on the spot in the locker room and said, we will never lose to these guys again. And Andy went 4-0 against them, and FGCU's domination started then. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.